Okay, let's see. All right, it's recording. So let me start with the general announcement here. Due to the governor's statewide disaster declaration relating to the COVID-19 pandemic and current public health guidelines for social distancing, I've determined that it is not prudent for the members of the village board or staff to convene in person for tonight's meeting. Therefore, the members of the village board are attending this meeting by video conference. Those same conditions require barring access to the village hall for in-person attendance. In light of those limitations, the public is invited to attend and listen to the meeting through the Zoom platform or by phone as indicated on the meeting agenda. To comply with the Open Meetings Act requirement for virtual meetings tonight, it's being recorded. So we have to take attendance of everyone here. And maybe, Amy, you could help me with that, even though we just did, and make sure everyone can be heard.
Okay. Trustee Brodsky, can you hear and be heard?
I hope so, yes. Thank you.
Trustee Kritzmeyer, same thing?
I'm here.
Excellent. Trustee O'Reilly, can you hear?
I'm here.
All right. Trustee Nora.
He's not here today. He texted me a couple hours ago and said he's not going to make it. And
Okay.
by the way, he apologizes too.
Okay. Trustee O'Connor, can you hear me?
Present. Yep.
Excellent. Trustee Michaud.
Here.
Excellent. All right.
All right, well, let's,
Bill, may I ask a question about our agenda?
yes.
Item 7 shows something I haven't recognized before, and that's that in order to speak at a meeting, somebody has to notify by 6:45. Is that applicable to this meeting also?
No, that's just to send written communications, right? So they can still speak. We can open it up for public comment.
Public comments will be limited to those submitted not later than 6:45.
We've been always opening it up to public comment
Well, I know that, but the word,
Yeah, the wording in
I'm
here.
looking at the words.
Yeah, good point. Yep.
I thought the first couple that we did via Zoom, we did actually hold it to that standard. Partly so that the things don't go so long because Zoom meetings are so painful. I agree that we've changed from that, but I think the first couple we actually did hold to that.
I don't recall that. I certainly would not be agreeing. I don't care who created these words, that some member of the public couldn't interrupt at the beginning of at any point in the meeting and add contribute something to the meeting.
Yeah, I don't have an issue with it. I don't think we have any legal concerns here allowing public comment. Matter of fact, we need to do that. So, if you're
well,
okay.
I'm looking at the words and I'm thinking of the resident who reads it and says, "Oh my goodness, I didn't get my request in by 6:45, therefore I can't speak."
Well, is that on the external agenda too?
I'm looking
Yeah.
at the,
That has been on every agenda since we entered the world of COVID.
okay,
Um,
as
we're
I
not
said,
following
I had not noticed it until today.
Yeah,
Well, everyone's okay if we have public comment as appropriate throughout the meeting, right?
Well, I would
Yeah.
hope that we would change our wording too.
And we'll change the wording going forward. Bob, you can comment if you like. You're our legal counsel today.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, the wording itself, and the board is permitted to place reasonable limitations in the length and timing of public comment, and there's nothing illegal about what was going this notice here. Although if the board wants to permit additional public comment, that's totally fine. But as you pointed out, if the public comment gets too lengthy and takes away from the business, we can place limitations on time and such. So if we want to more effectively state that in the agenda next time, we can definitely do that, but there's nothing improper about what we've done for this meeting.
All right, thank you. Well, so we'll open it up to that during that agenda item. We'll open it up to public comment. That's okay with everyone. Okay, and it looks like you're trying to talk, so. No, all right. So I'm first off, if we could just do a pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you. Hey, the very first item is homeowners associations. Is someone here from Stonehaven? John Lowndes, are you here? What about Willowbrook Woods? Mark Challenger? Okay. Then the next item on the agenda, because there was an email that just came through that the special event application is for the raffle license for the Oktoberfest is being pulled. Looks like he's withdrawn the request and may not be having it. So we'll find out more in the future on that one. So the next agenda item is report of the Economic Development Commission EDC meeting, August 11th, 2020. Jenny, do you want to lead that?
Sure, sure. Yeah, it was a good meeting. A lot of things are in the works. I think we'll have a lot more in front of us next meeting. But just to give you a brief update and actually put out a request, we're talking about the International Council of Shopping Centers. There is a seminar coming up on August 26th. Pam and Mina are going to be attending that. I'm offering also to go. I don't know if there's any other board members that would be interested in taking part in that. It would be like a $50 per person to become a member of that. And so if anybody is interested, please reach out to Dave, myself, and let us know if you want to take part in that. There's something interesting going on with the U.S. Census Bureau Innovation Lab. They've reached out to Roger about coming to talk about using census information creatively. So I think we're going to try to get that person to show up and talk at one of the meetings. We're continuing to foster a relationship with Lake County partners and having them join us at an EDC meeting. There's a letter that's been drafted by Irwin to send out to attorneys and banks, kind of encouraging people to look at Long Grove as a place to come. And right now they're just finalizing the list of who that's going out to. Mike Elliott is continuing to work with Dave about the business flow chart. That should be ready by the next meeting. And then they want to have like a marketing strategy. If somebody is interested, you know, they have a welcome packet to kind of help them through this. The quarterly report has been worked on, and I just got the final thing from Denise, and I hope to have you get a look at it soon. And next meeting, we should have the annual work plan. It was pretty much buttoned up. Today, they made a few changes. And then Rita had a brilliant idea about interviewing Long Grove businesses and residents about how did you find success in Long Grove, and they're working on whether that's going to be like a podcast or a Zoom meeting, and so that's in the works, which is exciting. They're continuing to work on the EDC microsite, but anything posted will go through the correct channels, which I know was a concern last week. And then because we lost Lori, there's a renewed interest in forging a relationship between the EDC and the HDLGBJ. So that's it.
Any
Jenny,
questions?
Yeah.
just an update on the admission to the seminar that the Shopping Center Council is presenting. If you are a member, if you are a non-member and you just want to listen in on the seminar, it's $25 for anybody who cares. Never mind.
Jenny, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
What's happened with the budget?
They were going to, they haven't, That's part of their work plan. Right now, they're not really asking for anything right now. It's mostly kind of tied in with what their goals are. I think they're not coming at us with a ton of money requests right out of the gate. It's more going to be specific to what they're moving forward on, and if needs arise, that those requests will come before us. Does that answer your question?
Not exactly.
Oh,
But
there's nothing on their agenda or their work report asking for specific quantities, but I know that's in discussion at this point. So,
okay.
Any other comments on that?
No, you scared them off. They won't be back until next year.
Oh, funny guy you are, Mike. Funny guy.
Yeah. Well, you asked.
So then if there aren't any more comments, thank you for that very concise update. I appreciate that. Let's move to the treasurer's report and actual budget comparisons for July 31st, 2020. And I'm assuming that Ann wants to take us through that, right?
No, there's not a lot to take through at this point. Dave and I had not had a chance to get together. I think there's supposed to be a monthly budget that I haven't been able to see yet and on dashboards, but basically we're holding our own right now. We're trending and rebuilding the committed reserve or the uncommitted reserves bit by bit. Dave sent out the update that we're now at 69% of overall expenses from a low of 40 some. So we're building up that way. In terms of any updates, that was a placeholder. We're actually doing fine relative to our very conservative budget. So the revenues are there. The big thing to really talk about here isn't so much of a budget conversation, but it's really the capital improvement program and the roads. So it's much more of a board discussion and direction than a how are we doing against budget. The one thing that's coming through is the additional taxes levied by Springfield related to MFT. We've gotten the first 2 installments of that, and they exceed what our overall budget has been for MFT. So we're doing fine on that, and that's really what's precipitating some of the conversation about additional capital, additional road possibilities. Dave, when I get back from vacation, I would love to be able to sit down and work with you and Debbie and let's really nail down that budget by month so that we can track better. And now we're a couple of months in, we've got the audit starting, and we can be able to look at that and be able to say, all right, the stuff that starts now this fiscal year that's always in arrears coming from Springfield, we should be able to start being able to track that a little bit better. So overall, I would say, I think we're in fine shape on the general fund. It's pretty much you keep the lights on and we're all right. It's just that arrears bit. On the capital fund, we're a little ahead of the very conservative budget. That's a more conversation that we should be leading, I think, with Dave and Jeff about what capital improvement and road opportunities there are. Overall, there's nothing that we need to take action on, just that discussion.
Don't we have to, yeah, we do have to approve the treasurer's report tonight, right?
Can I ask at this point, can I ask 2 invoice questions, or do you want it later?
No, I think that's great. I mean,
No,
but can we
let's
do
do
one
that
thing
now,
before you go there, Bobby? Because one thing that didn't come out here, sales tax actually seems to be up a little bit, right? Was that what, were you going to say that, Ann?
Yeah, that's what comes into our general fund. We're doing fine there, yes.
Yeah, so we're down with the Illinois income tax share by a little bit, and it's only we're only about 6 weeks of COVID here, right? That's what we're seeing, correct?
Yep.
But things look from a sales tax perspective, we probably, because we had some essential businesses, we did okay that went gangbusters during the shutdown, and so that's what it appears to be, anyways. So. And
that's what we talked about when we set this budget, that in terms of sales tax, like we've got a sales tax mix that is about as good as it's going to get, especially for a town our size. And so we had, not knowing at the time we set that, we set it, I think it was 10 or 11% down. And in fact, it's up because of the mix of, yes, Menards. We all know most of our sales tax is driven by Sunset and Menards.
Great.
And anybody who tried to buy toilet paper knows exactly how much they sold out.
You can't get it again, right? So.
I've not been able to find Lysol for like 6 months either.
When we get the revenues, what calendar period does the current check represent?
They're 2 or 3 months in arrears. So like in July, we get the receipts, if you will, from April or May.
Ah,
And that's by the end.
okay. Well, that's encouraging, right?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Bobby, what were your questions?
Okay, two questions. One's on Vic's bill. On June 30th, I can't get to exactly where it is, but there's, and I won't reveal what it was about, but there was email communications with Vic, with Bill, with Rita, with Jenny, with Chuck, and with Ann. There was no Bobby, and there was no Chris. And I'm curious as to what kind of information you five were getting that the two of us were not. Just a curious question, which I'll follow up at another time. I didn't realize Vic wouldn't be here.
I think that's a Vic question. Yeah.
Yeah. And
Actually, I can
then,
tell you, I'm not familiar with that email, but I can, if you give me the dates of the emails, I can certainly follow up with Vic. And
it's a June 30th.
June 30th.
Yes, but I can't read that invoice as to specifically that June 30th there, because there are other June 30th. And then the other question is ESI. And if I read this correctly, have they now billed us for more than what their contract amount was? I guess I'm asking either Dave or Jeff.
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to answer that one without digging in.
Jeff, can you jump in on that one?
Yeah, sorry, I was hitting the unmute button. Sorry about that. Which
I'm looking
are we
at
talking about the abutment project or the timber cover project?
the abutment.
I don't believe so.
Okay, it shows a contract amount of $32,750 and current billed at $33,02. Not a big amount. My bigger question is for $30,000 plus for construction observation, why did it take a resident to know that the bridge wasn't quite right and needed to be changed? That something was wrong with it.
Are you referring to the conversation about the cover?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, ESI has been on site for the abutment work, all the concrete and, moving the bridge off site and back on site. The village has been using the village of Mundelein to do the building inspection with the timber cover. So neither ESI nor our office was on site full time.
So the $32,750 did not cover oversight of the cover of the bridge. We paid somebody an additional amount for that?
So correct, the $32,750 is for the abutment only. And Dave, if you want to give the details of payments to Mundelein for the timber cover, I don't know those.
Okay, I don't need to know that amount. I just think 30,000 plus for, yeah. Okay.
Sure.
Well, hey, so so the opening of the pedestrian cover there, right? And Jeff, you or Dave explained this to me, that it was built to the original Bob Parker coffin specs, right? And so, but apparently when it got built, it was, or as built, was a little bit taller. And that's why there was a discrepancy with the opening. And that's why you had to make it larger, or it changed it a little bit on site after it was discovered, by Aaron and Ryan that it was too short compared to what it was before, based on a picture that they took when they installed the plaque. Do I have that correct?
Yes, you do.
It just seems to me that we pay an awful lot of engineers and overseers and monitors, and yet we have a resident who has to catch it. I just think there's a certain irony to that.
Yeah, I mean, but that's what it was, right, Dave and Jeff? That's where that discrepancy came from, right? So.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Anything else? I see the note that you're talking about. Yeah. So I can't explain it. We'll have to ask Vic how it's cobbled together that way. I found it, Bobby.
Well, I know it's there. I'm looking at it too.
No, I had to find which one you're
But
referring
to be
to.
communicating with 5 people on a 7-member board and two people were not included. I think that's a little odd.
Yep, and I don't know how that. Yeah, I can't.
Don't
Not sure how that got cobbled
please,
together,
don't
Bobby. So
defend it.
yeah, okay, all right.
I have a question on some of the invoices also.
Yep, please go. Yeah.
So the floodplain lot reviews, does the person seeking the permit pay that fee? I think it's a fee.
Yes, they do.
Pardon me?
Yes, they do.
Okay, just curious. And under Long Grove water operations, non-contract services, the number was 6635.14. What does that mean? What are we paying for?
In general, those are going to be like consumables,
It
chemicals.
looks like
that
we've
sort of
got a
thing.
new meter. If you look at the detail on the invoices, Rita, it follows that. It's in the detail. It looks like we had to buy a new meter or something.
1 meter?
Yeah, with all the meters were replenished with all the recent connection that took the inventory down to 0. So some meters were rebought or bought new to be on inventory because as much as I would hate to admit it, meters go bad. So it's customary practice to have some on hand for when that happens.
Oh, I see. I got it. Okay. And the last one is there was a bill from Gaywald Hamilton. It said local agency cost plus fixed fee income. What does that mean?
Can you help me out where you're seeing that, Rita?
No, it was in a note that I made. So local agency cost plus fixed fee income. And I thought, what is that?
It's labeled.
We can.
Rita. Rita, that's part of the state agreement, if I'm not mistaken, with Kruger Road. And that's how the IDOT processes their agreements. It's always cost plus. They look at your actual labor rate and then they authorize a certain percentage overhead profit, those types of things.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay, I got it. I think we
You're
talked
welcome.
previously, so okay, thank you. I'm finished.
Hey, who got the negative phone bill? I like those kind of bills.
That would be an offset from all of the really expensive ones we had over a year ago.
Is that what it is? I don't know.
No, it was switching from one carrier to another.
Okay, got it.
So there was a credit back for whatever the remainder was for the month.
Well, if everyone's okay with the bill list, then we need a roll call motion.
I would make a roll call motion to approve the treasurer's report for July 31st, 2020.
Okay, moved by trustee Kritzmeyer, seconded by trustee O'Connor.
Yes.
That's a roll call.
Trustee Borowski,
Yes.
trustee Kritzmeyer,
Aye.
trustee O'Reilly,
Aye.
trustee O'Connor? That was an aye.
Yes.
And trustee Michaud?
Aye.
All right, motion carried. Thank you. And so then the next item then is basically the draft updated 5-year capital improvement plan, which came out today. I have not looked at it, but maybe Jeff or and you're okay if we just review it a little bit tonight or no?
Oh, I'm totally okay, but I haven't reviewed it either, so I would ask Dave and Jeff to bring us through it, please.
That's what I thought. I wasn't going to put you on the spot.
Yeah. No, I didn't have a chance to either.
So is that something you want to present? You want me to present something, or is it, or how do we, what's the way to do that?
Do you want to present that very colorful thing, Jeff and Dave? How do you want
Yeah,
to go through
I
it?
think that the point to begin would be with the capital improvement plan, and then we'll work off of that over to the paving options. So we wanted to be able to provide the overall picture where things are at with the capital improvements and also our overall finances. And our goal in the discussion this evening is to have some sense of what projects the board would like to queue up for consideration for approval at your next meeting. We have timing issues now with the grants that we've made application for, grant money that has been promised to us, and also just the deadline for getting contracts awarded so that paving can take place prior to the shutting down of the asphalt plant. So with that, maybe Bill, if you could put the capital improvement plan up, then Jeff, if you could walk everyone through it.
Can you all see it? It's up there. Dave, can you see it?
Yeah, I got it. Got it. Thank you.
Is it clear?
Okay,
Is it
so-
too big, or do I make it smaller, or what do you, is this good?
I'm good.
Okay,
Yeah, it's fine,
then
Bill.
just keep going.
All right, so we took this chance to update the capital improvement plan. As Dave mentioned, it's kind of just putting everything kind of together, all the discussions, and putting numbers to, you know, the things that we did earlier this year with the roads and talking about the simple lot with the grant and things of that nature, all culminating into providing this information because the road program, the bids are going to be open next Monday, and it needs to be awarded at the next board meeting so that way we don't get into or otherwise tempt fate with the weather trying to pave very, very late in the season. So the capital improvement plan has a lot of the same information that we've seen before. 2020 for the road paving, we got all of Cuba Road in there. The construction costs of $842,000 are rounded of the bids that we got earlier this year, plus a 10% contingency. The remaining years, 2021 through 2025, remain the same. We got Oak Hills queued up for next year. Chickamauga and all the roads are notated at the bottom of in the footnotes for the following years, if we want to go there. You know, Chickamauga 2022, 2023 is Sumter, 24, 25, Robert Parker Coffin Road and Manassas, and Port Clinton Road.
Where do you have that? I'm sorry, it's way down at the bottom.
They're down at the bottom. All the roads are listed out. Put them down there just so that it didn't make the page look otherwise busy. Okay.
Now, hey, just I know that Rita and I had exchanged some messages on something. So you're still following that 15-year road paving plan that was done with some modifications a number of years ago, and then we're documenting, we're using the spreadsheet of how far we're complete from a paving perspective. You know, we started that 5 years ago. That's the process you're still following, right?
Correct. And there's a big spreadsheet with this, and the roads as they're paved, we keep track of what years they were projected to be paved versus when they were paved, and the costs as well on this. So for example, this year, Cuba Road is a little bit of an outlier from the standpoint it was programmed in the 15-year plan to be paved in 2017, and that was intentionally deferred because federal funds were pursued for that. Ultimately not sought for the construction, but through that process, that's how it got delayed from 2017 to 2020. Oak Hills, roads get shuffled around. Oak Hills in the pavement condition study, actually they are programmed for 2021, 2022. But when you get to 2022, 2023, Chickamauga is on there because we're ahead. That road was actually scheduled for 2024, 2025. So as the roads are picked off, new roads slide into the program, and the aiming point, if you will, is construction costs for $1 million if you're looking across that. So that's how we put the programs together. Obviously, they get changed, modified based on the village's budget. Okay, right under the annual paving program, we've got Kruger Road. Kruger Road, the entire construction was pushed into 2021, 2022. Project is going to be bid in January, so queuing up a spring construction. The asphalt plants don't start open until April 15th-ish, so the construction won't start until the fiscal year 2021 starts on May 1. Well, at Kruger Road, you get the preventative pavement maintenance. It's the reclamite. We had this as a placeholder in the CIP, and it's now slotted in the 2022-2023 to address the roads, Oak Hills, Cuba, and also Robert Parker Coffin that was done last year. The Archer parking lot maintenance, that was paved in 2008, so that's kind of getting towards the end of its life at 15 years. So put in there to mill and resurface that to extend the life of that. The Village Hall parking lot, same thing, way at the far right side of the 5 years, but thinking about that project as well. Water treatment plant projects, those are all completed with this last round of updates and moving into 2020, 2021 fiscal years. We had the placeholders, if you remember, for Robert Parker Coffin Road, kind of addressing 53 all the way to 83 minus the section that was paved last year. Slid those to 2021, 2022. They had been placeholders this year, but budgets and things change, especially things out of our control, such as pandemics. The next thing is the Stemple parking lot. This is one that we wanted to get all the information out there on the CIP. Right now, we got it slotted for construction 2020, 2021, which would be this fall. So it's divided into 3 sections. The first section is the village portion. Got bids from Geske and Sons to do that. So the construction cost of $236,009 is the bid plus 10%. And then moving down in highlighted here in the pinkish color are the other 2 areas of the parking lot. One is Long Grove Investments, the Forsyth Group, detailing the construction costs, again, the bid plus 10%. And then the portion that's currently owned by Pinnacle Capital, which is Dr. Levin. Those numbers are not included in the net costs to the village, but again, just put it on here so that they can be discussed or otherwise tracked. Moving down, where we are with the covered bridge projects. Those numbers remain the same as from last year. Then we put in there the Rebuild Illinois Public Infrastructure Grant application that was put in for the Lake Michigan water. If you remember a couple meetings ago, we had the public hearing to approve the village contributing $10,001 to that project. So obviously this is assuming that Rebuild Illinois grant is awarded. The total project cost of that was $2.96 million, and it was divided into 2 years, anticipating that the grant award will come sometime this fall or early winter. Still got some time to start the design engineering before the fiscal year ends on April 30th. Pathway construction, again, placeholders that have been on the capital improvement plan. The Robert Parker Coffin Path, we're moving along nicely with that. That package has been sent to the state. The most complex part of that project is going to be the crossing at 83. So the state has that. We're still anticipating a spring 2021 construction, much like Kruger Road. Construction will start after the asphalt plant's open, since the project is primarily asphalt. The last two are, again, placeholders, pavement patching and just miscellaneous drainage improvements and ditch reshaping. Then it goes into tabulating the cost for road paving in the TIF, in the downtown, and then everything together highlighted in the lime green color. Dave, can I flip it to you to go through the village budget numbers there at the bottom?
Yep. So following all of the expenses that are in the capital improvement plan, built in the general fund revenues and expenses, along with other sources for capital project revenue sources. So the first column is the actual current budget for this year. We have a fund surplus of roughly $45,000. None of that has been slated for capital improvements currently. And then it lists off the non-home rule capital improvement, sales tax, motor fuel tax, which includes the additional payments. I've lumped together the what I refer to as the bond MFT funds that the state announced, I think in May of this year. So that's why you see that number, which is typically more in the 289 range, as high as it is. But it's only for a period of 3 years. So then year 4, where you see the 307,517, that's just with the assumption of what the projected MFT revenues would have been for this year with 3% interest. Continuing down, you'll see an amount for 135. That's the additional, it's transportation renewal fund. That's the additional gas tax that was approved. And we've separated out just to be able to track it and identify it. So at the end of this year, with the assumed expenditures that are listed above, we're showing that we would have a general fund reserve level at 74%. a point that's important to keep in mind as you're looking at the general fund reserves is the only time that that's going to go down is when the village has been supplementing our capital fund expenditures. So for the last few years at least, there's been transfers, significant transfers from the general fund to the capital fund to help pay for the capital investments that have been made over those years. This year we are not showing any transfer, but that's where it ends up, and then the numbers just flow from there. And these would be all end of year numbers, but it does at least provide a sense overall where the village's finances may lead with all of these capital projects that are slated.
Hey, Dave,
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Go
Ann.
ahead. Summer.
Well, mine's
I
simple.
was
Is that you're assuming $800,000 for Cuba Road or $900,000 for Cuba Road this year, in this calculation of 74%, correct?
Correct.
Okay, that's what I need to know. And I don't think that's a board decision, I guess. But go ahead, Ann.
Yeah.
And Bill,
My
that
question
actually highlights the comment that I made earlier on where the funds are coming from that would be paying for those projects. If you're not using the general fund to help supplement those other the capital expenditures, then you're in general going to, no pun intended, continuing to see the general fund reserves increase. If you do look at some of the subsequent years, there are anticipated transfers from general to capital fund. So if you look at the second column, over under the general fund reserve balance, you'll see a negative 152,901. That's an anticipated transfer from general fund reserves to capital.
Yeah, but that's still assuming doing all of Cuba this year, right?
Correct.
Okay.
My question had to do with future years and would be for Jeff at the top of the thing. I think you mentioned a couple of things where following the 15-year road pavement plan, we'd be in some ways a little bit ahead. I guess I'd love to be able to parse out, well, which ones are on track and which ones are you pulling in from the future, from when they would have been future plans? And then so that for an opportunity to either spend less or to consider more pathway work.
Hey, do you have the where we're at right now, Jeff, handy? I didn't plan on bringing it up, but we're at what, 56%, or are we closer to 60 now?
I want to say that the last time we did it was like a little over 50, and then we did Robert Parker Coffin. So I can pull it up here real quick, but 56 sounds right in the ballpark.
56%. I mean, that may help answer the question a little bit. That's where we're at, and then where will we be after that, right?
It's a two-part question of how much of this up there is in fact pulling things forward, and what would that number be? And then does that unlock any money that we might want to consider for more pathways versus getting ahead on the roads? It's a question for the board to discuss as well.
Yeah, I don't know if you have an answer, Jeff, or not, or you're looking for it.
Sorry, I was looking around, but I was going back to your question, Bill. Yeah, 22, 20, 17, and 1. So we're 60% through the pavement PCS report from 2014.
It is 60%?
Yeah.
Okay, I was trying to remember, was it 56 or 60? That's what I was trying to remember.
Yep.
So it went up to 60 with Robert Parker. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
So, but the thing is there was a lot of, smaller roads, not the bigger ones, right? There, Kruger and Cuba that cost more, but still considering everything, we're in pretty good shape, which is good.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
May I ask two questions?
Please.
The construction costs listed, do those include the 10% contingency or not?
Yes.
Okay.
Actually, what Cuba Road, let me back up and say the Cuba Road and the Stemple would put the 10% in there because it's kind of consistent with the discussions that have been had by the board. The other construction costs for 2021 through 2025, those all have a 7% contingency factored into them.
Okay, so I'll change it to I have 3 questions. Why the difference? But okay, that doesn't matter, I guess. But I think that's good. We have a contingency of some sort. The engineering costs, are they based on the inflated construction cost that includes the contingency?
That's correct.
Okay, question to Dave. If we add up the engineering costs, our engineering costs in each column, how much is that? Do you have like an Excel sheet where you could do that right quick or scroll down? Because to Bobby's question earlier, right, $32,000, right, for one project oversight. I mean, if we're going to have reoccurring engineering costs over the next 5 years that are going to be fairly predictable, does it make sense to do something different in terms of engineering oversight than just basing it on a pure percentage basis? I.e., example, hire our own engineer, and then, we can put them on staff to do other things beside this, like building commissioner or something like that. I guess I shouldn't say that. I'm just doing the what if scenario on it. To me, it seems like if we add those engineering costs up, which I can't do math in my head, it's going to be a big number and maybe worthy of us evaluating whether it makes sense to use full-time staff member versus contracting that, not
Or
contracting that.
to your point, is there a different way to pay for Jeff, right? So.
Right. So it's just something to think about. I'm not really looking for an answer today, but Dave, if you have the spreadsheet, I could do the math on it too. But I was just kind of thinking about that as we were having that discussion. So not really sure it's a question.
I'll pull that out, Chris. Details. Yeah, it's in the financial details, Chris. I think the one thing would be to understand, is it fungible engineering or there's general plus specialty?
Understood.
But I think it's a good question. How do we figure out, and are there other creative opportunities?
Anyway, again, not looking for an answer today, just kind of planting a seed maybe of something we can think about.
Are you done with the presentation, Jeff and Dave, or is there other comments from the board, just looking at the revised capital improvement plan? And we're all seeing it for the first time.
So if there are not any questions, if you, Bill, maybe if you could pull up the paving options.
Yeah, so where is it? Is this, is this it right here? I got to figure out how to, Mike, how do I get this off?
Yes, you have it.
All right, forget it. I annotated, but I can't find the eraser. That'll teach me. Should be an eraser up here.
If you turn the annotation off, I think it brings it out.
No, I turned it off. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on a second. Maybe there's a, you undo it. There we go. All right, go ahead, Dave. I'll quit playing with the computer. All right.
Well, I'm actually going to defer to Jeff on this. He'll walk through what the different options are. You'll recognize this because we used a similar spreadsheet earlier this year when we were trying to determine what paving programs you were looking at moving forward with. So just a represent of it. Questions are, do you want to move ahead with portions of Cuba Road or all of Cuba Road? And the other project that is hanging out there is what do you want to do with Stemple parking lot? As both of those are projects that may be eligible for grant funds, I have asked the question of DCEO if the village board were to move forward with approving a contract for either one of these projects, would that in any way jeopardize funds if they have not yet announced in terms of Cuba Road, the fast track grant application, that's for the entire road, or for the 200,000 that has been pledged for Stemple parking lot? I don't have answers to that question yet. I hope to have that answered prior to the next meeting, but there are questions of whether or not the fast track grant is something that we are going to be successful with. We had a very good application, but right out of the bat, we are not a disadvantaged community, and those were points that we left on the table just because we're not. The communications with DCEO as of today is that they have reached out to the communities that have been awarded the grants, and they are confirming whether or not the projects are still on those community slates. I imagine that they will continue moving down the applications as they get no's from communities, if that's the case. So we are still in the running, but at least the initial review, it looks like we are not going to be getting the fast track grant.
So Dave, you're going to have you're going to get, we had to rebid Cuba Road, right? So we're going to have the revised bids for the next board meeting, correct?
Correct. The bid openings, I believe, are on the 17th.
Now, from a pricing perspective, we don't expect it to go up, do we, or Jeff, or?
Well, what I will say is we've got 10 plan holders, so contractors are still looking, hungry, and bidding work. So I don't expect it now to go up.
Okay. All right. So, but I guess, we're still in the pandemic. So I'm very concerned about spending ahead if we don't have to. We have MFT money, which literally, if we spend it, we don't take any of the money that's coming in from the infrastructure sales tax. That's still sitting there and gives us the ultimate flexibility long term should things not work as well. But I just, love to hear from the board on what they're thinking. If there's a way to get Stemple done and we get the grant, that one may not, that's not moving very quick with the funding, but that's something I would, love to see somehow get done. But I'd love to hear from the board. What are people thinking? Who wants to start? Or not start?
Do we know how MFT has been trending?
Yeah, well, what we don't know is for that period of time where no one was driving, right? But we got this extra Illinois money that has been deposited in our MFT account. So we actually have more money than we even anticipated for MFT.
Currently,
yeah.
The MFT monies that are identified on the capital improvement plan, those are monies that we actually have in the bank today.
So that 560, 875?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we budgeted zero for the year, Mike, when just as an FYI, we budgeted 0 receipts for the year. And then that other is a sort of semi-new MFT, the 3-year thing from Springfield. So that is money in hand.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you.
Good question, Mike. Any other you know, we're
I was
not
just
making
trying
this-
to get the Q&A going here, right? Somebody ask some questions.
No, I mean, if everyone's silent tonight, we're going to have another opportunity at the next board meeting, right? So this is the first everyone's looking at it and thinking about it, but maybe I'll just pick on everyone if I can. I mean, maybe Bobby, do you have any thoughts? You're muted, I think. Yeah, there you are.
No, I don't at this point, having, just seen this. I would hope that when we get this in 2 weeks, we'd have a narrative. If we do A, then B, then C, and what it all falls together as, and put in as many variables to anticipate as possible. That's where I am.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. That's a great point. Let's, Ian, you're above Bobby there. Do you have any thoughts? On my
I'm
screen,
just trying
anyways.
to, there you go. No, definitely never above Bobby. Definitely
Oh, geez.
inferior.
I'm in trouble again.
Definitely inferior. I would just like to understand, even on the one option, I'm looking at it on the spreadsheet because I can't see it. You've got it very small, Phil. Even if we do the west part of Cuba, it has general fund expenditure. Why is that? So again, similar question about narrative.
Yeah, Dave, I think we talked about this, and I had a misnomer on there that right where, yeah, your cursor there, instead of general fund expenditure, that should be capital fund expenditure. Correct, Dave?
Yes.
Well, why would
Now,
we, if we have the money, why are we doing, I don't know. Taking it
Oh,
out.
okay. So
Why is there any value? Yeah.
Go ahead.
So that 15, like option one, 15,917, that ties out to the construction engineering for the west half of Cuba. Using MFT money for construction engineering costs can be done. Requires more agreements and data processing with IDOT. So in a lot of the communities that we represent, communities use the MFT money for strictly construction, just to avoid that those steps to take to get that approved. IDOT would ultimately approve it, but it could also delay the project.
And we've never seen that happen.
Never.
Especially in the fall.
Thank you. So it's basically to avoid unnecessary interaction with IDOT.
Okay. Thanks, Ian. Anything else?
Nothing right now. I would just say my sense is that financially we're going to be fine this year. The question is going to be next year and how long this the pandemic effects on the economy drip into next year and what that does for I think MFT is going to be down for sure. I think that we're probably going to be surprised on the upside on the income tax this year, but I don't know about next year. So, I do think we're going to end up with surplus this year. I just don't know how much we're going to want that next year.
That's a great point. Rita, you were talking. Did you have something?
I am still in a quandary regarding Stemple. Not so much does it need to be done. Yes, it needs to be done. I'm just have not yet been able to grasp my thoughts on the private parts versus the public part and the 200,000 we may or may not receive from the state, blah, blah, blah. I do think Cuba is a priority. If I had to number them, I would say Cuba first, all of Cuba, and Stemple second.
Got it.
So that's just where I am at this time.
No, thank you for that. Appreciate that. Hey, Chris, do you want to?
Not really, Bill. I want to stay silent and take some time to think about the whole thing. And I I'm kind of agree with Ann's comments. I don't know if it's Ann's comments, but if we can delay making decisions, it's probably good just to see where we're going. But realize we're only, a few weeks away kind of thing. So, so yeah, no comment really right now.
Okay. No, thanks, Chris. Jenny?
I agree with Ann and Chris. I'm really reluctant to make a lot of money decisions, not knowing what the future stands. I also agree with Rita. I think Cuba should take preference over Stemple. I've been walking a lot. Stemple's pretty empty, but there's still cars and a lot of bikes going up and down Cuba. So if I had to say we had to spend money, I would definitely put Cuba up ahead of Stemple. But again, I'm a little shy of spending a lot of money right now. So that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. I tend to agree with you all on the spending money and being very cautious. So, and we have the North Kruger project that, we are in line for that federal funding. I know Jeff didn't talk about it, but I mean, we are grandfathered in. We should get it. We didn't get it this year. And, so we should be good there. So we need to make sure we have money for that as well to do that project next year. So we don't lose that federal funding because that's going to pay for a big chunk of it. So, we just got to be conservative on how we spend our money so we have it in case things don't work out with, COVID. So I agree with you all on that.
Can I ask a question? As the request for the narrative, as Bobby said, and I know that there were some quick notes from Dave in his manager's memo, that there's some level of staff recommending option 2. Would like to understand, for the next narrative, a little more behind that why. What is the thinking on that, given that we're very reluctant to get over our skis on the money?
Well, a couple things. The biggest one is just noting the condition of the road and having some fairly strong concerns about how that road is going, how Cuba Road will make it through this winter, and the work that we'll need to do during the winter and then in the spring to patch things up. Stemple parking lot to me is a big unknown, not only because of the 200K, but there's the private portions that need to be worked out. And timing wise, I just don't see how that project moves forward this construction season. So my focus really is Cuba Road. And my question is whether or not the board wants to do any of it, do half of it, or do the whole thing. And I recognize that, we'll have some updated costs for you between now and the next board meeting. And we can queue it up that way with the resolution, as we have in the past with, doing all or a portion of, and that would give the board all the options of whether or not to move forward with Cuba at your next meeting.
That would be great.
Does our delaying Cuba cost us anything more other than the cost to rebid? Do we know that thus far?
You say that again, Rita? I couldn't understand you.
I was wondering if we know at this time that delaying a response regarding Cuba has cost us anything other than the cost to rebid it.
That's the only cost. We'll obviously know more with the bids, see what those come in as. As Jeff said, there's evidently 10 bid holders, or plan holders. So hopefully that's a very favorable sign. We'll know more on the 17th.
And when those come in, you can let us know sooner than right before the meeting, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
So we're in a good spot to stop on this one, and we'll have a further discussion and possibly a decision at the next meeting. We'll have to make a decision at the next meeting if we're going to get anything paved this year. Is that good?
Just one quick question on the Cuba. Wasn't it last board meeting, the board was presented, or you referred to Plan Commission and new subdivision going in on Cuba?
South side.
Yes.
Plus of
Okay, so when these projects are contemplated with this master schedule that we may or may not have, do we integrate these sorts of things? Like, do we get a brand new road only to have big equipment kind of tear up the edges of a brand new road with a new subdivision going in? Or how do we integrate the things that are happening in the village related to our capital expense, public and private projects? How does that happen?
Well, right now, from my perspective, there's too many unknowns of whether or not that project will get approval. And even with approval, as we've seen with some of the recent subdivisions, approval doesn't mean construction. And you could be talking years before you would know whether or not there's going to be one spade of dirt even moved on those properties. So it's a good point to integrate and coordinate those as much as we can. I would say that at this point, it's too early to know whether or not there's going to be any construction activity out there at any point in the future.
Well, maybe it's a point in it's a point of leverage the village might want to exercise through the Plan Commission process.
Sure.
Right.
Sure.
To Chris's point,
Yeah.
Chris always talks about, well, what do we get as a village? Maybe there's some portion of funding that could be afforded by the private, subdivision into offsetting some of the Cuba reconstruction costs.
Sure, and
Just a
we
thought.
had done that a number of years back. We did that same thing, Mike, with North Kruger and Prairie Trail subdivision when that came through. So it's a good idea.
Alrighty. Thanks.
Thank you, Mike. Any if any other comments from the board here?
I just have a fast question. Jeff is still going to do another report later in the meeting, right?
Yes. Yep.
Fine, I'll wait.
Well, let's come back to that. Yep, we'll come back to that. What I'd like to do is move on to the next item, which is the village president and trustee reports, and then we'll catch back up with Jeff if we can. But what I wanted to do though was, and Jim, village planner Jim Hogue, you're here, right? Can you hear me, Jim?
Yes, I can hear you. I just had to unmute myself.
Well, what I wanted to do is just, you have some information about the South 15 and some interest as of late. And there is some, request to get some input from the board about what some of the thoughts are. There was an email conversation that I had with the owners. And so I wondered if you could just describe a little bit what's going on. And I don't know if we'll be able to really get a whole lot of feedback here, but just make sure everyone's aware of what's being thought right now or contemplated for South 15 by the owners.
Well, as far as I know, most of the proposals that we have seen are for multifamily development. That would be something that is brand new to the village. We don't have anything like that in the village. It would take a text amendment to our village code. With the proposals that I've seen and the discussions that we've had, there would be limited amounts of commercial development, mostly along the frontage of Route 83. That would be part of that development, but most of it would be multifamily.
Okay. So, I mean, that's code for apartments, right?
Not necessarily code, but you have single-family detached, which is what the village is predominantly comprised of. Then you typically go to like duplexes, townhouses, those kinds of things, attached single-family. And then multifamily was not necessarily code, but yes, that would be apartments as opposed to townhouses or duplexes or something along those lines.
And I would just clarify that the two prospective developers that the owners of the South 15 have had conversations with are looking for not just multifamily, but apartments. And they're not the first. They likely will not be the last. But what we as staff were looking for is, we know the answer has always been no, and we've always told people no. We continue to receive this interest for this type of development, and just wanted to do a check-in. If it's no way, regardless of whatever the mix might be on the front end of commercial retail, then that's an answer that we can make very clear to them, and they can choose whether or not to proceed. If there's at least an interest to consider it, then there's no commitments, but then at least they know they're just not dead in the water from the very beginning. And I think that's really all that the property owners are looking for, is this something that's worth everyone's time? They spent quite a bit of time with the prior proposed development for the active senior, even though they were told no at the very beginning of that whole endeavor. But they spent a lot of time with that property basically off the market as that group worked through whatever they needed to work through and make their application to the village. So we're just looking for a sense from the board, some direction, so that we can respond to the property owners.
Anybody want to make any comments or thoughts? Share any thoughts on that?
I have several thoughts, many of them ill-formed and might not have any, we're not reacting to anything, right? So
Correct,
it would
yep.
depend a lot what we're reacting to. I obviously have more of a vested interest than anybody, just on a personal level on that. I would think from my own personal standpoint, and this is me I think we should entertain some level of tasteful multifamily. I don't think that 4 stories is appropriate. I think that's too tall. That's a me. I think some level of open space, and it has to be integrated with retail on that space, and it has to be an attractive entryway to our village. I think that active senior was a ridiculous euphemism. I mean, ridiculous. The average entry age of 81 is not active senior. Not interested in that at all. Okay, something that's vivacious, more like the Melody Farms area, where there's integrated with retail, and I think it has to get integrated with, a mixed use, fine. Something that says, well, we're thinking about retail is not okay in my book.
Thanks for those comments. I appreciate that. Anyone else want to share some thoughts?
I think Anne took the words right out of my mouth. I am absolutely open to entertaining multifamily homes, but integration is key. Open space is key. Entry to the village. I mean, she said it beautifully.
Thanks, Jenny. Anybody else?
She didn't pay me.
Yeah, Bill, go ahead, Rita.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Bobby, go ahead.
I won't even equivocate. Long Grove isn't multifamily. We're just not. And I don't want to see us go that way.
Thanks, Bobby. Chris?
It reminds me of a question asked the village a long time ago, and it was a simple question: do you want to have a church on the corner of Kruger and Gilmer? And well, it sounded like a good idea until the plans came in, and the church ended up being multi-buildings and a very large church, community center, additional homes. So really, it's hard to answer that question, Dave. And I think you're walking on eggshells because of some of the past experiences we've had where it is hard to give that kind of direction. My point being is you sort of need to see the proposal before you can really opine as to whether it makes any sense or not. Because if it is integrated and done somewhat tastefully, that gives you something to really consider. To Bobby's point, I'm not really in favor of adding multifamily to Long Grove. It's just not really who we are. If we were to consider it, some of the questions that former trustee Starlito brought up about police coverage and adding infrastructure costs without adding revenue source is also kind of weighing heavily on my mind. So apartments with a lot of transients, I don't see it. You know, town homes, if it was just a few scattered on the property, I'm okay. But large, you know, apartment, townhome kind of development, I just don't see any need for that. If it was a train station across the street, you could justify it, but there isn't. And also, you know, whatever we do, we got to make sure we're not lowering or degrading our property values any further for the current residents, because to me, that still is a very, very important issue here in Long Grove, is the shrinking property values. So I think, you know, you need to consider all those. So, you know, knee-jerk reaction is I'm not really in favor of multifamily.
Thanks, Chris. I appreciate that. What about Rita?
Okay, so I've given this an awful lot of thought, big picture and small picture. And it's been my experience that when small towns start to build up and grow into the 21st century, it seems that the most successful attempts are when the town has a picture of what it wants, and they collaborate with developers to make it happen. In our case, at this time, it seems like we have this land, we know we want revenues more so than residences, R1. But I don't, you know, I think we need to be able to say, or should be able to say to these people who are interested, here's our vision. This is how we would like this to unfold. Are you on board or are you not? I'm not opposed to multifamily housing. I think it would be a nice place for our residents once they sell the big house and they're not yet ready for Harbor Chase to have a place to go. Dr. Levin just moved to Glenview because there was nothing in Long Grove. He said it pained him to move out of the village. They've been here for 30 plus years. And I know that there are other people who have said the same thing, felt the same way. I would not be opposed to really, really nice 3-story perhaps condos, maybe 3 separate buildings instead of one big massive whatever. The rental part bothers me in this instance, not because I have a problem with renters, but because right now that's what's hot in the world of real estate. People are rents are appreciating faster than the value of single family homes or townhomes because there's a great demand. So once that economic cycle ends, we're stuck with rentals that they're going to try to convert into condos, and they're going to be crappy because they're originally rentals, blah, 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 blah. Perhaps, maybe not. But I think that we have such an opportunity with that land. And, I've talked to some architects and developers about my vision, and it's only mine. I would love to share it with the board someday, because I think it's a way that we could integrate the old town with the new town, from Tony Dean's property all the way to close to Ann's house. That's something, another story for another day. But on this one, it just feels slapped together, feels cheap, and I'm not real thrilled about it at this point, period.
All right, thank you, Rita. Dave, does that give you some direction?
It's really a confirmation on where the village has been, and that's that's all I can ask, and that's all that we'll go back to them with. I think that what I'm hearing is that if they believe this is something that works for the property, then the onus is on them to come forward with some concept plans. Fairness, so that the board has something to actually look at and just the concept.
All right. Thank you, Dave.
If I could just add one thing, and I hope that God does not strike me dead by saying this, that there was a survey done not too many years ago. And one of the things in that survey was that the Long Grove resident does not want multifamily.
Yeah, actually, I put it in, if you saw the note I wrote, that 78% of the residents. Oh yeah, I actually pulled the survey up and put that stat in there, Bobby. So a straight out apartment building, I said, I don't think there'd be any interest in it.
Yeah, more specifically, apartments were 90-10.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I had a vague recollection of it, Mike.
Yeah, that was the worst case, and then townhomes, it was in the 82% whatever. I mean, it was pretty high.
I mean, I'm not a big one on surveys, but some.
You're going to be, you're going to get a lightning bolt any minute if you don't.
I know.
I know. Wait, citing that, Bobby, versus how many times we talked about vote early, vote often.
Maybe that would be.
I think
that would be a good use of our new survey tool.
Yeah.
I think that would be excellent, because I also think that the context of saying, would you be interested in multifamily, call it condos, townhome, give whatever, at that location on Route 83, not in the middle of Martin Woods, there's, I think context might make a difference.
Well,
or maybe it'll still turn out as 8812. I don't know.
Yeah, they even had concept plans, though. I mean, they had 15 or 20 different facades and looks and feels. Everybody had an opportunity in the, the open sessions to look at different ways it could be constructed. It still came out 90-10. So no matter how many people.
And the trouble with asking a question like that, I mean, we're talking multifamily, single family, townhomes, and we all know what that means. But most people have a vague recollection of what it means. You have to have something to respond to rather than have them take a vision of what they saw somewhere that looks like what it might be.
I had 79% from 2015, but I went into the survey. Maybe I typed it wrong. I don't know, but that's what's in my memo to them. So, like,
just ask Jenny. She has all my stuff from the comp plan.
No, but it was from the survey. Yeah, there you go. But anyways,
she has the
point,
big 3-ring binder.
Well, that's where I said just straight up apartments. I don't think there'd be any interest from the board. But if it was something like a Melody Farms and it was mixed use, there might be some appeal. But again, without a plan, we don't. How can you make any decisions?
You think that the typical Long Grove resident wants a 3 or 4 story building that's got Long Grove on it?
Yeah, probably not. Yeah.
I don't think so.
No,
if there, go ahead, Rita. I'll be quiet.
It just depends on how attractive it is.
I know Long Grove too much. I've been here too long.
Well,
whatever.
Yeah. Go ahead, Rita.
No, I mean, it's pure speculation at this point. I do think that it would be great to have those potential purchasers of goods that are sold in the downtown to be able to roll out the front door and go get breakfast and bakery and coffee and stuff like that. So whatever.
One other thing to maybe keep in mind too, after we get to the other side of this COVID thing, one of the reasons why rental rates are going up pretty astronomically, it's those with space. People are not wanting to live on top of each other 30 stories up. People are fleeing when they have a choice, fleeing the cities and the urban areas. Car purchases and insurance are off the charts, 22 to 39-year-old. So I think the wanting to get away from concentrated people centers may be a natural reaction for the next 5 years, in which case you may be going down a path on concentrated housing that may not be as lucrative as it may have been in the last 3 years or 4 years. Just something to think about.
COVID has just exacerbated what began in 2008 with people needing to find alternative housing because they walked away from their houses.
Yeah.
There's just a huge demand for, and the millennials are not buying as soon as they reach age 29. Yep. They're vagabonds. So
they're renting. Yep.
Huge demand in the rental industry right now.
Yep.
All right, I'm going to stop this conversation right now. Thanks for those additional thoughts. I think they were great.
Killjoy.
Yeah. But if we could move on to because we're moving along here, but we've got a few more topics. One of the ones I wanted to talk about was the bridge opening. Bobby has been planning and working to put a celebration together. And, you know, Jeff, I believe the bridge is supposed to be scheduled to be open on Friday sometime, right?
That's correct.
And so I posed a question to the board because I had this, I don't know, idealistic idea of like, boy, we can, you know, have the first car go through or have somebody walk over it and make a big deal out of it. But then that would probably diminish what Bobby's been planning. And so I sent a note out to the board, just, you know, really more for Dave's planning. If we were going to do anything, that Dave would have time to plan. And I know I got a lot of feedback from you all, but, you know, I think what, you know, and I love Bobby to talk about what she's planning. I really want to stand behind her on that. But if there is something we could do very simple on Friday, I don't even know if I could even make it over there, where we have, you know, take a picture of the, you know, the gates being moved and
Ribbon cutting.
No, not this time.
No?
Yeah, no, probably not. Just something really simple, and then we send a press release. But I'd really like Bobby to talk about it because this is something she's been working hard on. And if I could, you know, get her to lead this, I would really appreciate it.
No, I really have nothing to say because Ryan and I have prolonged any discussion until we are more certain that the governor isn't going to clamp down on gatherings. Be ashamed to organize something special and then not be able to have more than 10 people. So we're going to meet sometime next week.
I thought it was a group of 50. No?
It's 50 right now. What we're concerned about is him changing it and going back to the 10 with the increased number of
Right.
people.
Well, you could video it and then Photoshop people into it.
Kind of loses the point, doesn't it?
Yeah, kind of.
Kind of.
Just like Major League Baseball. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. We could have, you know, sound of fans clapping and yeah.
Anyway around, somebody should have a video camera just, you know, as things are going on, because it's a one-time event type of thing, right?
All right. So what
We should.
Well, for Friday, I personally would like to see Ryan and the Underwoods, because without them, this would not have gotten done when it did.
Don't you think everybody has a stake in that? I don't deny that they've done outsized efforts, but I think also everyone on this board has had to figure out how to unturn stuff. Even, you know, Bill getting a $250,000 grant from Senator McConkey. I guess the question is how do we do that? I don't want to undermine that. I don't, but I kind of disagree that that's the only reason.
Well, of course, a project of this magnitude, you know what, have my dogs do it. I don't care. I really don't care.
Oh, geez.
Ouch.
Oh. All right.
So what happens on Friday, no matter what we discuss today? Are we lifting barriers and cars going over the bridge?
Correct.
Because once we lift those barriers, we lose the opportunity to make an event out of it. We really, really do. And to me, that's a tragedy.
Exactly.
I'd rather keep the barriers in place for 2 or 3 more weeks, plan something that's appropriate, and make a community event out of it that's more encompassing than just the downtown, because it's everybody's money that went into this, and everybody has a staked interest in this, I think. Plus, I want to be there to kiss a historical society member, which I think I still owe somebody a kiss.
with a mask.
Right.
No, they're in the same household,
6
right?
foot pole. Yeah, they're the same household,
Oh,
right?
that's true. You don't social distance with your wife. Got it.
Well,
I like to get creative with
But-
it. I agree with Chris. You know, that it is an event. It is a happy event. It should be celebrated. there's got to, I can't believe we can't do something creative and fun and involve the people that helped spearhead this thing.
I do have a problem with someone that has to turn left onto 53 and has been waiting for this bridge to open to leave it shut for 2 weeks
I wonder who
just
that
to
would be.
organize this.
It's only been 2 years.
too.
What's
Thank you,
another
Jenny.
2 weeks?
I would suggest that anyone who endorses keeping the bridge closed, that they tell whoever cares about opening the bridge. You tell them. I mean, it's been painful for so many people that the minute it's ready, it needs to be open.
Bobby, I couldn't agree with you more on that. The downtown, and I know it's about the all of Long Grove, but I mean,
it's the church. It's the
Yeah.
church too. It's everyone who uses it.
although they're not going to be able to do their
I
outdoor
wouldn't want to
masses.
tell them.
They're not going to be able to do their outdoor masses anymore. But anyways.
I'm sure Dave Ledspeck does not want to hear Chris Nelson, my neighbor, call him one more time about it.
No, I think the way they redid the stage, I think it's been pretty good. But anyways, from what I can tell, but who knows? But I do go ahead.
I think it would be nice, even if we just had, broke a bottle of champagne on the bridge and had everybody on Zoom. You got to do something to celebrate it, I think.
So when is it opening on Friday? Do we have a time? Is it first thing in the day, or, I mean, when will it be done and ready to be opened?
Jeff?
So the detour is scheduled to be taken down by 12 noon.
By 12 noon or at 12 noon?
It's important,
These
Jeff.
contractors.
Very important, Jeff.
Dude. But dude,
So
we can put a
as I
barrier.
heard you talking, depending on where it goes, perhaps we can get a barricade or two from Gila Township for them to be out there. We can control them much better than we can the traffic control contractor as far as timing goes, because I would never get them to confirm to me that it would be taken down at 12 noon.
Do you think Gila might drive a dump truck across it for?
That's great.
Well,
Or
so
a garbage truck.
yeah, great.
Can that
the
take
cover
off the new roof? That
Yep.
would take off the new.
Well, I mean, it again, if we did something simple, understanding we may do a dedication ceremony at a future date at some point and get some publicity out of it. Try to do it at 12 o'clock, just,
Well, if I could add something, is that the Historical Society is going to join us when we do this quote celebration, because they want to put their plaque back up about the historical significance. So I mean, that's really more of it than us.
yep.
And that's where the people are going to come from. Because anybody who contributed is going to want to be there for that kind of thing. So I think, I don't know who should walk across the bridge first. Maybe, what's his name, who lives on the
Oh, Ben Finch?
Ben Finch. Have Ben walk across.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, there you go.
What about Jerry Forsyth? Did he make good on his pledge?
No comment there. So
Yeah,
Really?
But, I think picking somebody is not the way to do it. I think you make a contest out of it. You make it a community event. Email I sent to Bill. I said, let's have the 2020 graduates walk across that thing in socially distanced parade or something. Or just make it an event. I just think picking somebody out of the crowd and saying just because we think you should be the person is not appropriate. Make a contest out of it. Make it I don't know, just make something fun out of it as opposed to just picking a person or I don't know. To me, it just seems like Just pulling a barricade is just so anticlimactic that it's just disappointing.
I think that's a great idea, Chris. I honestly, I think if we're going to have two, and I think we can absolutely do it, we should have, if we want news for both of them, there has to be two different pieces of news. Now, maybe the one from, like you said, Bobby, the big, rededication and reestablish or reaffixing of the plaque, and kind of reinforcing the work, and that was absolutely all on Historical Society on getting the historical registry designation. Huge, very huge.
Which you'll recall
Opening...
they never did that. They never had the celebration. It got smashed before they did.
Right. So that would make, but if we want news out of this, we have to actually have news. So on the one hand, the bridge is open, somebody will cover that. If we make a big deal and we stage something, I do think we should stage something. And Chris, I think your idea of the 2020 graduates is fabulous. The thing is, could you do it in 3 days?
No, no way.
And a lot of them are already quarantining if they're going to be in a dorm for college. But what about—
That's true.
It's two-pronged. You could have Group A at the entrance to the bridge and Group B at the exit, have an entry and an exit kind of whatever, just as long as it's 2 levels or 2 prongs, some sort of, I don't know, a convertible with people in it, and then they switch places. I don't know. I haven't given it that much thought, but.
How about John in the tractor with a wagon?
How much does this tractor weigh?
No, it's underweight. I checked. I already checked that, and I have been doing some tractor repair actually, so I know the weights of the old tractors. It'll be okay.
It'll be okay.
So what about some choral group? Certainly there are people who belong to choirs, choral groups that could at least make it celebratory with an appropriate bunch of songs or a mix of songs.
I've been participating in these birthday drive-bys.
Oh yeah.
I mean, so many of these things going on, and it's a parade of 40 or 50 or 60 cars. That's an event in and of itself. Just get Long Grove residents to drive over the bridge the first time, inaugural parade, and then have some flags out there on the left and the right, some lemonade they can grab on their way through.
Yeah.
And just film it, and then show the film, 2 or 3 weeks later for the dedication ceremony.
Oh, that's a great idea. Then you could have the cars park in maybe the church parking lot and just go over the bridge, however.
Call up the Daily Herald and just let them know what's going on. This could be arranged in 3 days. That could be arranged in 3 days.
We'll have
A
Jeff,
drive-by definitely could.
Yeah, just a drive-by.
have Jeff get his drone.
And the drone could film the whole thing, sure.
Yeah.
And the other thing I said to
connecting.
I said to Bill, I said, why not make it a photo op? You put a little sign up, and once you drive over the bridge, you park on the side, take a picture next to the "I drove the bridge on day 1" sign or something like that.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Oh, and then we could charge them for the picture as they exit.
I thought about that too. I think you're right. We need to pay this bridge off somehow. I think you're right. Nothing crazy, but.
Oh boy.
All right, so how do,
sorry,
so
Bill.
Ken, how do we come to a conclusion here and something that we can actually do?
I like the drive-by thing.
If by noon, right, you could set the drive-by for 1:30 or 2. You got an ELA barrier right behind the IDOT barrier, whatever's up there now. You pull the barrier at 1:30. Just tell everybody be there at 1. You can organize in the church parking lot, just like you said. People distance there. Average car length is 6 feet. People stay in their cars. They have a little sign, a balloon, and you just start filming, right? And you can flip over the film to the Daily Herald. I would invite the Daily Herald. I really would. It's been 2 years, for crying out loud. There's probably been 12 or 13 articles written on the bridge by them. This is I think it's something very doable.
And we could have ALAMP drive a front end loader.
Yeah. Now that'll crash it.
And it's going to be partly sunny and 85 on Friday, so the weather's going to be good.
Oh, it's going to be perfect. It'll be great.
Let's do
All
that.
right. Well, let's make sure everyone, so something simple, right? It's a drive-by. Got to have somebody film it, invite the press. make sure that the downtown's aware of this too, right? Because they haven't had a chance to weigh in on it. But is this?
It'll bring business.
And we'll get a party bus.
Well,
and make sure the press knows we plan another thing, to really redo the historical plaque affixing, or to be able to really get it the first time 2 years later.
Exactly.
Maybe make the truck driver who really started this the grand marshal of the parade.
No, I think Bobby already said that to me in an email too.
Yeah, that was one of my suggestions too.
So just go around the horn really quick and make sure that, and I don't know who's going to organize it for us either. Who's going to take that responsibility?
Well, can we send out the all alert to all the residents? We have 3 ways to do that, right?
Bobby, can Melanie help?
I can't speak for Melanie.
Pardon?
I can't speak for Melanie.
Oh, no, could we ask her? Is that something that she would consider within her purview or not?
I don't know.
Lori Wilhite might do it for not much.
I got a distribution list of about 145.
But we'll pull something together as a draft and send it out to the board for your review, and then we can send a blast out in all the different ways that we have the ability to send it out. We'll contact the press. We just need to make sure we've got the particular set and that the board is in agreement, and then we'll let everything fly.
Pick a time.
Can we do it in the evening so people are home? Well, they're all home anyway, I guess. Actually, I'm not. I'm running around all day Friday.
Maybe we could get ESI to underwrite this.
There you go.
1 or 1:30,
They're
right?
kind
Jeff?
of expensive, Rita.
If you want to be on the safe side of the barrier, right? If it's by noon, then you set it for 1 or 1:30, and
All right, well, let's go. So we'll make sure we get the time ironed out, right? And we can probably a little bit of flexibility there, but let's just go around the horn. And what we're talking about, Bobby, are you okay with doing that?
I'm fine, but I think that you should be the one walking over it first.
Well, I don't know about that, but
No, really. There's some continuity or something to that.
okay.
take it, Bill. Take it.
All right. If the board wants me to, I will. If not, I will not. So that's a board decision.
Only if you smile.
You walk, and the cars will be right behind you, about ready to run you over.
Okay.
David
All right.
should be in the parade.
All right. Thanks, Bobby. Anything else, Bobby?
No.
All right, Chris.
I'm good with it.
Okay. Ann,
Ditto.
Jenny,
Sounds great.
Rita.
I'm on board.
Okay. What I missed? Did I get everyone? I think I did, right? Aaron, are you okay with that? You're sitting here representing the Historical Society if we do something like that?
Yeah, I can't speak for Ryan. I know, I think Ange and I are around Friday afternoon, so.
Okay. So you would make it and be there?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's great. Well, then let's try to plan on that, Dave, and see if we can work it out. I mean, we all work, day jobs too. So I'm sure Friday didn't look that meetinged up for me, so I'm sure I can make it work, but we'll figure it out. Dave, are we leaving too much?
I would hope that somebody would contact the HDLGBA and let the businesses know that this is going to happen, what time and so forth, so that if they want to be there while you walk across the bridge.
Or I don't know. Yeah, I guess. Yeah. Or we drive, people are going to drive across, right? So, but I can maybe walk across
That's
first.
not a real good photo op. I mean,
Okay.
Go wave to Bill driving.
Drive fast too. That wouldn't be
Yeah,
good.
I think all Jesse's going to need is the time. If we have the time, and whether we're going east to west, west to east, whatever, right? Which direction?
You got to cut a ribbon, right?
Yeah, but I mean, if we have a general time that they want people to be there,
It's
then
just a gathering.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, the store owners are going to be there too. So
It's a joke fucker.
The what?
It is just a joke fucker.
I
Never
didn't know what that second word you said
What?
was.
oh my goodness, this is
Oh.
being
What?
recorded, you know.
Don't you remember that from the movie? Never mind.
Yeah, I didn't know what word you were using, but I'm just going to leave that alone. Like my earphone's not working right or something. All right. So we came to a conclusion there, I think. I mean, at least I can send a note to Jesse and Bobby. I can copy you tonight, hopefully, and Ryan, I guess, right, and Mike, or who, and just at least let them know we're thinking about doing this or we're planning to do this.
Yeah, I'd include Mike Marr too. Yeah.
Are you okay with that, Bobby?
Well, yeah,
Okay.
that was my suggestion.
Just making sure. Sorry.
And I would just suggest west to east so people can congregate in the church parking lot before they go over. So.
Yep. Okay.
Well, I wouldn't expect the downtown businesses to walk across the bridge and go walk in the parking lot and come back that way.
Okay. All right. So we.
But I would hope that Jeff would talk with the bridge people and make really, really certain what time they're going to be done.
Yeah.
Yep. We'll do that.
Okay. All right. Well, I think we came to a conclusion there. Thank you. Before we move into Jeff's report, I have one more thing I just want to bring up, and we don't necessarily have to talk about it tonight, but something to think about, and that is we right now have the liquor licenses where it's tied, they're going to get a credit right towards their next liquor license tied to the executive order. And since the establishments are up and running, the question for the board is, do we want to, basically amend our resolution to terminate that for right now, or leave it going a little bit longer just to help the businesses out? So I just put that out there for food for thought. If we did, we probably have to do a resolution to amend it. The one that we had in place that we adopted back several months ago. So any thoughts on that?
I'm not clear on exactly what you're suggesting.
Well, we tied, so what happened was there's a bunch of resolutions that were stacked up and I went and signed them all. And we did something back, when did we do that? Back on, I don't know, it was retroactive to March 16th where we gave, because all the businesses were basically closed. You couldn't, your restaurant couldn't be open, your bar couldn't be open. We did like a moratorium, if you will, or we're giving a credit that for the next liquor license that somebody has to get a credit in the amount. The credit is the amount of days that we have that the executive order has been in place, and it started on 3/16, and so we have not changed anything, right? They're still going to, the way our resolution reads, until the executive order is terminated, they're going to get a credit on their liquor license for the amount of days that the executive order is in place, and that credit will go against next year's license. And Dave, correct me if I've gotten that wrong, but that's how my understanding of how it was worded.
No, you're correct.
So I just asked the question because we did that when everything was closed, but things are open back up, and who knows what'll happen in the winter? I don't know, but does anyone want to change that? Because it's still in effect.
How much do they get for each day?
It's whatever their liquor license is, right? And it's 1/366th of it, I guess, or 300. It says 3.
Oh, I get it. Okay.
Yeah.
I got it.
Or 365th, whatever how many years days there are in this year, right? So yeah.
A pro rata share.
Right.
Yeah, my sense is that the logical thing would be to say, you know what, that clock has stopped, but that we reserve the right, because I think anybody who's been over at Corked or waited in line at Chatterbox, they're doing decent business now outside. it's going to be when people want, when the weather turns, they're going to be hurting. So from my standpoint, from a logical standpoint, I would say the clock stops, but we might want to reconsider that question again come November. That's just a thought. I know it's on and off, but if we're trying to use that logic, and the fact is there is a liquor license out there, it would seem that everybody is actually making good use of the liquor license now.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I could go along with that.
Bobby, Chris?
I agree.
Yeah, that's fine. As I recall, it's not a whole lot of money.
No, it's not.
It's really kind of a pittance.
Well, I mean, we can leave it in place. It's just whatever you all want to do. I just thought I'd bring it up. So, because I signed the resolution over the weekend and I'm looking at it going, huh. You know, I've been in some of those places as well and they're pretty busy. So
Good thing.
it's a great thing. I'm happy about that. So, well, what we could do, Dave, is because we don't have to make the decision tonight, but we can have, because we would have to formally adopt a resolution to suspend it, perhaps, right, for now. And but that decision can be made at the next board meeting. Is that okay? At least have it ready if somebody wants to make a motion for it.
If it's the direction, that's fine. We'll just add it to the agenda.
Are we okay with just putting it there? At least we'll discuss it and then make that decision at the next meeting. Is that all right? All right.
Sure.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. All right. Well, go ahead.
We need to talk about those amendments that keep showing up on the minutes or on the agenda.
Keep what? I'm sorry.
You know, the topic of the abutments, the leftover abutments keep showing up on the.
Oh, the bricks or blocks from the from the bridge, right, that were taken out, right, from the abutments. I know that you were in favor of putting those in the park, and I am as well. Did everyone see the plans? What are everyone's thoughts on that?
I'm happy to stay with what I originally said. I just would like it to be known or
Hey, Mike, who's typing? Is that not you? No, you're muted. All right. Go ahead.
I just would like it to be agreed that they don't become the property of the HDLGBA or the Historical Society, and in that they agree not to sell them, gift them, demolish them, whatever. You know, that they kind of belong to the village. You know what I mean? To the people of the village. But I'm happy to have them use them.
Well,
What do you want, an easement?
No, certainly.
I mean, they're going to install them in the park.
Right, but what I mean is that they don't, you know.
We promised them to them.
Are we? Well, okay, that's a good point. Are we gifting them? Are we loaning them? Are we just letting these particular groups have custody of them? Do we care?
Well, you know, it's going on to Park District property.
Yeah, that's fine.
So we have a rental agreement with them?
Is all of this public land?
Yes.
I think it's a wonderful idea. I think it's a wonderful idea. And,
rent them?
No.
No, I think it's great.
No, putting them in the park. It's a wonderful idea. And
yeah, I'm all for that. I'm just saying, you know, can that be the understanding that they don't become private property? I guess is what I'm saying.
That they always stay on public property?
Yeah, or that they're.
If we change the rules now, we will be reneging on what we told them.
Change what rules?
Well, who's we and what rules, Bobby?
Well,
I mean,
unfortunately,
speak for yourself.
I asked that this be put in writing. I asked several times that this agreement would be put in writing. I was never successful in getting it in writing. There was a clear understanding between, I'm not sure who all the parties were, that these would be saved for use in the park.
And that doesn't, this stuff wouldn't change that understanding. All it does is clarify that they're public property. If it's going on public land, that they just remain public property. It's kind of just a clarification is all.
So,
Does that make it different?
Bobby, you're muted, I guess, but first off, I mean, they're sitting there in the park. They're very heavy, they're big, not something that's very portable. So I guess, having an agreement, I'm not sure that we need. It's gonna be part of it, it's part of the park, right? There's gonna be a plaque there and everything else. So I don't see that ever going anywhere. So I don't know what the worry is, but I guess, we could put something in writing, I suppose, but I don't think we need to have anything signed. I don't know. I mean,
but I'm just suggesting that it be an understanding that they remain public property. That's all. We had a couple issues in the past where the Park District land was donated to the village, but residents couldn't use it unless they paid a fee. So it's kind of like, well, how does that work? And I understand how it works. It was like, well, we maintain it. Nobody helps us. We're volunteers. And this is how we're able to continue to maintain things because we don't get any tax revenues.
Where is that?
Pardon?
Where was that?
That's in the park that's on the north side of the bridge the one next to the church. That you can't use that for a picnic or whatever, or a small party unless you pay for it. And you got to pay a setup fee and a takedown fee and all that jazz. And I'm just saying, I would just like it to be understood that they're public property. That's all.
all right, Chris, any comments?
Not really. I agree the park's a great place, but I like what Rita's saying because to me, those boulders should be entrance monuments to the village.
Okay.
Put a sign on them, put an entrance, welcome to Long Grove, scatter them in the right places and put signs on them. Or could be anyway. I don't know.
How many months has it been in Dave's report about these stones? And now we're going to put them out at the entrances and renege on everything that was agreed to?
Well, it wasn't agreed to by Chris Borowski, Bobby, so please understand my perspective, okay?
It was very clear in his reports asking, does anybody object to this? And
ask Dave what I sent him in an email. I sent him an email from the first time we had the question asked that I think they ought to be entrance monuments.
I didn't know that.
So
I didn't know
again,
that.
look, I don't know if it's a good idea. I don't know if they're big enough. I don't know if it's even makes any sense. I agree with Bill. It's a great place to be in the park. I don't have any objection to that use. I agree with Rita. It sure would be nice just to make sure they actually stay there, because otherwise we can do something else with them. Maybe. I don't know.
I don't think the placement of them is affected by just asking that these always remain public property. That's all. I mean, they don't belong to anybody. They belong to the people of Long Grove or the village of Long Grove. Right. But certainly they can.
In an effort just to keep it simple,
yep.
We have their plan. Why don't we just make a notation on the plan that the limestones have been provided to the Park District and are to remain on the Park District property, and then we'll throw it in the file. If there's ever a question of it in the future, there's a record of it.
Yeah, that's all I'm suggesting.
Okay, everyone good with that?
I have one thing.
No.
Who's talking? Sorry.
Aaron.
Aaron, yes.
The reason that the Historical Society asked for a couple is because we wanted to use them in some type of historical marker that had a bit of the story about the bridge on it. We currently have a design for that outstanding from the same company we've used before. I don't believe that that is incorporated into the park plan currently and may or may not be part of the park plan. I just simply don't know how this is going to fit into the way things unfold. We'd always imagined that if there wasn't a place for it in the park plan or next to the bridge, an alternative might be back on the Historical Society property in Stemple lot, like maybe in a corner or something. That wouldn't necessarily be a first choice, but I don't know that we necessarily know where that would end up. You may recall this was also referenced in the agreement that we had on the money we transferred on the bridge, I think. This concept that there would be some sort of marker or something. We certainly don't have any intent to sell them or use them for anything other than the marker. I just don't know where the marker is going to end up in the final plan.
All right, so are you, Aaron, can you find that out? I guess,
I don't know. I don't know that it's knowable.
Okay.
Honestly, I mean, it could be that there's something. I mean, we're not in the loop on the development of the park plans. You guys all may have seen the plans, but there's nobody reviewing them with the Historical Society.
Got it.
So this may be something that's already accommodated in the park plan, or it may not. Maybe it's something in addition.
But I don't see what would be objectionable about that, just so long as it's known that it's not real property, it's personal property.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we don't have any, there's no intent or plan to sell them. If we decided we couldn't use them, we would just offer them back. I mean, if somebody, you know, you guys want, does the village want them back?
Right. I don't think either of those are contradictory.
Right. No, the only reason I spoke up was because somebody was proposing language that would restrict the use to that park. And I'm, yeah, I know that might be a little early to say that, you know.
Yeah, no, I think it would be appropriate. Myself, I'll speak just for myself. I think it would be more than appropriate to be the history of it to be near the bridge and or on the Historical Society property. It's just with the understanding that they, you know, I don't think people are going to steal these things in the middle of the night. I just think it would be nice for that to be known that it's village property. Period. That's all.
All right, so everyone okay with leaving it the way it is? Just, you know, that we know that there's a request for a few of the bricks from the Historical Society. That'll be worked out, but that the preponderance of them will end up in the park permanently. Is everyone okay with just leaving it like that for right now?
I'm good with that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I agree. I think, you know, they should be for public use. I don't know if we're getting asked if it just feels like the conversation was moot.
Well, and I brought it up because it keeps showing up on the agenda, but we've never talked about it. So it's like I'm seeing it on the agenda.
All right, so I think we got direction, and it's to Bobby's point.
Would you repeat your direction?
Yeah, so I mean, obviously the preponderance, most of those blocks are going to remain in the park. You know, they'll be permanently there. There is a request for a few of them for a monument from the Historical Society, TBD if they will be in the park or by their building. Is everyone okay with that?
So it would be almost identical to what Dave has written in his report since forever.
Probably.
Yep. Okay.
So we're good then. All right. Done. Decision made. Thank you. All right. So any other trustee reports? Otherwise, I was going to turn it over.
I have one thing.
Yep.
My neighbor who spoke to the board recently about burning has informed me, I wasn't aware of this, that the Countryside Fire has not extended that ban. And Jim is asking that we ask them to do that, to encourage them to extend that burning ban for an additional month.
Yeah, so who should take that action?
Well, even if just Dave would do it.
Okay, Dave, is that something you can do?
If that's the direction from the board, I'll certainly do that.
I don't think there's going
Just wanna
to, well,
make sure
anyways,
I'm
any
not-
objections from the board?
What ban are we talking about now?
Burning.
Well, what
Outdoor
kind of
burning.
burning? We're talking about the pile of wood, the wood piles? What are we talking about?
Any burning.
pers-
Any burning for another month.
No, that's not the way the ban was written before. Not any burning. That's not a correct
Who it
statement.
was.
No, it wasn't. I could still have my campfire in the backyard.
Well,
So let's be clear. What are we talking about?
Just extending what was in place before, extending it, asking them to extend the ban they had in place.
Again, what ban is that, Bill?
Well, it didn't, it was the banning of, larger fires, right? It wasn't a brush pile or anything like that. It was the bigger fires.
You're talking about prescriptive burns.
Well, no, it was still large.
more than that.
Yeah.
So that's my question.
I don't have the wording. He just texted me that an hour ago. And it's the same ban that Long Grove Fire had too.
Well, Walt's here. We could ask him too. So.
Is he?
Walt, are you here?
He was. Yeah.
How about if I unmute you?
Yeah, he is showing up here on mute right now.
I can't unmute him though.
That's Walt L-LGFPD.
But anyways, it's I don't even want to. We had a long conversation last time, so I don't want to get into all the mechanics of it. But just putting back in place the ban that they had before, which was prescriptive, but it was also larger fires, right? So people couldn't burn huge wood piles, right? That's what that was.
Yeah. And it's been in place for I don't know how many months. So
and it wouldn't necessarily prevent you from burning your brush pile in the,
Okay, maybe my understanding, we're mountain out of molehill, sorry. My understanding was we have the campfires, which are 3x3. We have brush fires, which are 5x5, and then we have prescriptive burns. And those are the three that we've talked about. So the campfires 3x3, not an issue, right? Because that's been in place forever. We've been able to do that. But the 5x5 brush piles were not being permitted, and the prescriptive burns were not being permitted. So if my understanding is correct, we're talking about extending the ban on 5x5 brush fires and prescriptive burns. Is that correct?
Well, I'm going to say yes to a certain extent because I think there was never the 3x3. It was always 5x5. But anyways,
right. That's what I think we're on the same page, Bill. We're saying 3x3 are okay, not included, but the 5x5 and the prescriptive are being proposed to be pushed out for how long?
It's the bigger fires that would.
You know what? I'll call him myself. Thanks. Let's just forget it. I'll call him myself in the morning.
Well, it's an important point.
Well, no, it's an extension of what's existing, and I'm not certain what's existing, and so I just know that we were fine with it 2 or 3 weeks ago. So I'll call him. I'll take care of it myself.
All right. So let's leave that there. And I mean, I don't think there's any are there major objections just making sure the burn ban stays in place? I don't think it's going to impact what you're doing, Chris.
It's not what I'm doing at all, Bill. I'm doing nothing. I roasted marshmallows with my grandson the other night. That's it. But the point is, if the board's giving direction to staff, then it should be the board's direction and not open-ended, saying, "Hey, just call the fire department, tell them to extend it." I think we need to give them direction as to how long. I mean, at some point, we're gonna have to burn something. And so far we've had no science that have backed any of this up presented to this body, right? Even though I don't discount what the health officials are implying and what the fire department's doing. I think those are all valid. But, if we're going to start making rules, let's have some science to back it.
No, we're not going to be. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it's not our, I actually stated some last time, Chris, but basically the smoke from fires is the same as smoke from a fireplace.
Right.
So, you know, it's the same thing. And I believe it really was. It was the 5x5 and larger. And the last conversation was more about enforcement of what was there.
Right. I agree with that.
Well, all we're
Yes,
gonna,
the
all
ban
we're doing
was,
is,
the ban was in place when we talked about this.
Well, so the Country Meadows decided to lift it themselves.
No, it was always,
Countryside,
it
I'm
was always
sorry.
until, it was always until August 15th, I
Okay.
believe.
so in any event, the strange thing about it is our village code supersedes the fire department. So that's where it got weird, right? So anyways, what all Bobby was asking was, can we ask Countryside Fire Department to put their ban back in place? We're not doing anything. We're just asking them, hey,
For all I know, they were already extending it.
right. That's all the ask was.
Yeah,
It doesn't impact what we do as a village per se, right? It impacts the larger burns. So.
I just know that there's employees at the Park District that are anxious to be able to burn again because they have a lot of restoration work. So that's just my 2 cents.
Okay. All right. That I thought would be a simple one. Sorry. All right. I don't know where to, it's 9 o'clock, 9:13. So we've got some other things to do. I guess there's some objection just asking the fire department to extend it, or at least talking to them. They may have already done it. So let's just find out what they did or have done. How about that at this point? All right, I'm going to move us on. Sorry, Bobby. Jeff, if we can maybe just go through your engineering report, the things that we didn't cover. If there's anything.
Certainly. Yeah, we touched on a lot of the things here in the report. I would on the bridge, we talked quite a bit about that. I did want to just update the board. Carmichael Construction is set to have all of their construction done on Thursday. The bridge detour removal is by a separate company, so I will research and make sure we get the time straight for that. And then as far as the bridge being opened, talk to Civil Tech again just to make sure that we're ready to go for opening on Friday. And he's got no concerns with that, and processes to notify IDOT. We touched on the road program. The Stemple parking lot, and then one thing that I do want to spend just a brief minute on is the drain tile study in Marden Estates and Marden Woods. The board approved them going out there to do a drain tile study that was completed July 20th. We did get the drain tile map from Huddleston McBride, mapping all of the drain tiles in the subdivisions, and we reviewed that. We're going back and forth with Huddleston McBride just a little bit, just to make sure that we understand it. And the next thing that we need to do, village staff and myself, is talk to village council about this, because the drain tile study did find damages within the IDOT right of way, not one, but two. And it's noted on the map that damage by utility installation. So I believe the appropriate thing would be to discuss that with village council as far as finding out and making sure that we understand responsibilities and leverage to have those drain tiles fixed. There was also a couple others. Interestingly enough, a couple drain tiles go through crawl spaces. So again, that is probably something just to make sure that we opine on or discuss with the village council, just so we know the responsibility of that drain tile on private property going through crawl spaces. I'm sure that was constructed a long time ago, and we now know that's the condition. So we do have it. I would say that some of the comments from Mr. Deutsch 3250, Mr. Trackman 3255, they're confirmed. I mean, those are the two areas where Huddleston McBride noted damage to the drain tile by utilities in the Route 53 right away.
So is there a season, or I mean, to be able to fix that or repair that once something is determined, is that also something that gets weather and season dependent?
Drain tile work you can do year round, meaning it's not restricted by the winter. In fact, drain tile work, underground utility work, sometimes the winter is the best time to do it because you get less moisture flowing through the ground. But the last few years, it's been kind of a toss-up what you get and when. So that's the big thing is, schedule it for a time where you anticipate it being dry.
Thank you.
Let's see. Just going through the engineer's update, I touched on the Robert Parker Coffin pathway between Archer and 83, and then Lake Eleanor Estates still pursuing that to have that maintenance agreement formalized with the HOA. Few updates on various permit submittals and reviews that we've done, but those are the big highlights. Again, most of it was talked about throughout the meeting tonight.
Any questions?
You touch on Three Lakes, Jeff? Just now? I know you said Lake Eleanor.
Three Lakes, we have not had any conversation with them regarding their pond, the condition of it as it meanders and moves towards Route 83. Dave, I don't know if you've had any conversations with them about that lately. Last I know, we talked to them in October.
We had a resident that was concerned that she was being harassed.
Yeah, that was last fall, correct?
Yep.
Yeah, but in the meantime, nothing has happened. Are our hands tied on this? Are we like not able to do anything, or that thing's going to blow? And with all of the rain that we keep getting, we're just going to do nothing until the dam breaks?
If I remember correctly, at least at the point where the discussions broke off, there were not any violations that could be cited against any of the property owners to require any kind of remedial action. But I would defer to our attorneys and to our engineer for some further details on that, and that may be something better continued conversation in executive session when we get to that point.
And regarding the drain tiles, Jeff, doesn't stormwater management control that? And don't they have rules about what contractors are supposed to do when they come across drain tiles and choose to destroy them or move them? Aren't they supposed to report an incident like that and be supervised on how they mitigate the damage?
Yeah, and that's going to be part of the discussion with the village council, because both Lake County Watershed Development Ordinance and Illinois drainage law speaks to conveying drainage across your property from upstream to downstream.
And do you have any idea what the time frame is on something like that? I mean, we're going into winter, then it's going to be spring, and these people are still dealing with all of this flipping water they can't use their land.
Well, my goal is to have that discussion with Vic's office sooner than later so that this can move forward because it's impacting both public and private property.
All right, like within 2 weeks, 3 weeks, perhaps, maybe? Is that unrealistic?
Dave, we've got a call scheduled next Monday with Vic's office, but if we can, put this in there and have this conversation yet this week, I'm all for that. But as a fallback, we've got the call scheduled for next Monday.
Okay. I'm sure these residents would appreciate it.
Absolutely.
What's our financial investment going forward? I thought we did the study as basically because we wanted to understand the impact to 53 as well as to quote, help the residents or support them. I mean, is this something that we, the village, needs to be investing in to fix, or is this something we kind of guide the residents on?
Sounds like the utility companies busted the drain tiles, so guess who I think should fix it?
Well, I get that, but if as soon as we get Vic involved, the cash register's ringing again too. So, again, it's public resources for private property, right?
Yeah, but
I believe that the reason for the conversation is to clarify what the laws are and provide that as guidance to the property owners, the affected property owners. And then, we can assist as needed along the way, but you have private property and public property, and none of it is controlled by the village.
no, but we could be the elephant in the room.
We certainly can and likely should be their advocate. But depending upon their response, this may be, matters for them that they may have to take up themselves.
I see. Thank you.
That really sucks. The state utilities come in and they destroy your property, and then you have to fight Goliath.
Well, can I keep us moving here now? So I know we have that's not going to be solved tonight, but can I keep us moving? Jeff, do we have anything else?
End of report.
All right. I'm going to keep us moving here if everyone doesn't mind. We have some meeting minutes. There were some additional ones that arrived today, but there were the ones from the March 10th. That was the special workshop that we didn't approve. There was the meeting minutes from the last meeting, July 28th, and there's meeting minutes from February 11th, that board meeting. So at this point, those are ones I think we have in front of us that we can approve. I knew there's some new ones that came in today. I haven't read them. I'm sure the rest of you haven't either. But is everyone okay?
There's really only like one paragraph. If you guys want to get it off, you could take a minute. It literally wouldn't take more than a minute to look at them, because it's just a public going into exec, and then it's an exec that has like 3 sentences.
Well, so right now we're doing the, so there's a, we had a public meeting and then we had an executive session. So it's the meeting minutes for the public portion of that?
It was the special exec that we had June 2nd, and we only I have to do a public to get us to an exec. So there's really nothing to that public except going into exec.
All right, so there's,
Or we can just do it next time.
why isn't it working? I'm trying to bring it up right now. Well, there's some question marks in it, though. You've got some red question marks in it.
Oh,
And there were
that's
questions on who made
okay.
the motion, and
Yes.
I did not have those notes to be able to fill those in.
Then maybe Vic got that. Interesting. Okay. All right, so let's do that next time then.
Okay, so there, again, the July 28th, the March 10th workshop meeting minutes, special workshop meeting minutes with the EDC, and then the February 11th meeting minutes. Anyone have any modifications, or does somebody want to make a motion to approve them? Or not make a motion?
No, I'll move to approve them, Bill.
Moved by trustee Borowski,
Second.
seconded by trustee Michaud. That's a roll call.
All right. Trustee Michaud.
Aye.
Trustee O'Connor.
Aye.
Trustee O'Reilly.
Dane?
Trustee Kritzmeyer.
Aye.
And Trustee Borowski.
Aye.
Okay, motion carried. At the risk of breaking the public comment remarks that we had at the beginning, I'm going to ask, is there any public comment? No? Okay.
Keep up the good work.
Well, thank you, kind sir.
Mhm.
So then I'm looking for a roll call motion here, unless there's anything else, right, that I missed. Dave, did I miss anything here? If not, Dave, you're silent there. I'm looking for a roll call motion to go into executive session to discuss executive session meeting minutes, threat and litigation, enforcement matters, investments, and personnel matters.
So moved.
Moved by trustee O'Connor,
Second.
seconded by trustee Borowski. Roll call.
Trustee Borowski.
Aye.
Trustee Kritzmeyer.
Aye.
Trustee O'Reilly.
Aye.
Trustee O'Connor.
Rita, are you there?
O'Connor.
Sorry, I thought I already said aye. Forgive me. I'm here. I'm sorry.
Okay. And Trustee
Was
Michaud.
that was an aye,
Aye.
right?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. We're now going to go into executive session.
Okay, good luck.
Thank you. Bob Pickerel is going to stay with us for the first part, and Jeff needs to be here as well. So let's see, who do we all have? Well, let me see if I can make this work. All right, let me bring this up. Oh, boy.
Well done.
All right.
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
Okay, so moved by trustee O'Reilly, seconded by trustee O'Connor. Was that right?
Sure.
Okay. Roll call. Did I get it right? I missed it.
Okay.
I didn't hear. So
Trustee Borowski?
Aye.
Okay, so that was correct, right? Trustee O'Reilly made the first motion and trustee O'Connor seconded?
You always have it, yes.
Okay. All right. So, trustee Chris Meyer.
Yes.
Okay, trustee O'Reilly.
Aye.
And trustee O'Connor.
Aye.
And trustee Michaud.
Aye.
all right, motion carried. Meeting adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Good
Have a nice
night.
night.
Thanks,
Sleep well.
everybody.
I'd like to report the mouse is still here.
Oh, no.
I cannot believe that.
I got some cheese. You want me to bring some over?
I've got mouse stuff. We're just trying to see if the cat could catch it or if it would just leave on its own.
Oh, damn cat. Where are they when you need them?